We're just finalizing the new last or almost last version of the document. We apologize for the delay, but it's part of a collective process of building a text together. So we just need a few more minutes, then the document.
At 2 we'll be ready. We'll have all the printing.
What time is it? Okay, so we just need 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we will print the new version of the document, circulate to everyone so that you can read and make your comments, and then we'll be back to the plenary session. Is that okay? We could have a musical presentation, but I don't sing, so I'm sorry for that.
But you obviously know people.
If we have a volunteer.
That's a new idea.
I apologize, but we are still waiting. The hotel is printing. It's supposed to bring for us the document, and then we'll give you half an hour to read carefully, and then we'll return discussion. But I think we can figure out the next steps, okay? Suppose we are with the final version. What do we expect to do with this final version? This final version should be taken by each academy to read it carefully again, and mistakes, typos, and ordering different that doesn't change the content, we may circulate, we may accept. Let's put it like this. But change in any point that will modify the content, the understanding, will not be acceptable. Everybody agrees with that, because we want to make sure that we are all clear. It's fantastic, the work that we have, in my opinion, achieved so far. So we don't want any confusion at the ends. So typos or rephrasing a sentence for better English, totally acceptable. Okay? Everybody agrees? Thank you, Dan. And after this, we have all academies have to deliver back to us at the most by July 19th. Also agreed? Okay. And now I think I'm going to sing, because I don't know any other informations to discuss. I think what I would love to do is indeed thank each academy, because, and the experts. I know we have thanked already, but it's never bad to repeat ourselves in thanking each one of you. The document that we'll finish, it's going to be indeed a joint effort. And we hope that our governments will pay attention to some of the recommendations. We would love them to pay attention to all, but we don't know if they will. But it's very important that we constructed collectively this document. Não, ainda, it's not, Vitor, não é para projetar ainda, eles vão ler, please. They need to have the document, they will read, my goodness, I'm getting all, eles vão ler antes, okay? So don't worry, we are not going to have a text over there before you all read carefully the 2 pages that are coming. The other thing is we'll need at the end to have a unique format. We tried to do that, but it's not really perfect yet. We can always, because those documents, they use small, not the size of the font that we are using. So we can do that also in order to fit into a better 1 page, if possible. It's not going to be 1 page, but I think it's going to be okay. Any comments? The floor is open, and Where are our stuff? They are all bringing, it's a pile. I don't know. Pergunta lá para mim. Pergunta se está vindo os papéis, por favor. Liga para mim. Chegou? No. Check for me, please. Thank you so much, Elisa.
Typically, we've supported, we haven't had one of the regional groups, but we've supported every year, usually two small.
Any comments? Any interversions? Everybody's tired. But tonight we're going to have a nice dinner. It's on a small island nearby. And, okay. They're coming. Sorry.
Let's, before I forget it, because let's not forget the combination
Nothing
of
I
what
can
you
do.
and I were saying about, it's really valuable to mention that we know we are working.
Yeah, it's good to be in a hotel. It's everything's, but then you don't have everything that you
We just need that.
are going to need. A really very fast printing machine. And it's being printed in one of the hotels, and they're going to bring it over here.
It needs to be somewhere, either at the beginning or the end. The end would work.
Non c'è niente da fare, certo. Che cosa posso fare? Niente.
Do you know who's going to be our next NAS president? Is that like on the table?
Nobody knows.
Do you have candidates that you've identified without telling me who they are? Like, are there people on your radar?
No, I don't have any role in that. It's very much, it's the membership.
council.
Well, it's the membership. And so what happens is they, because the president is really important. It's like a CEO.
Chegou?
$390
Oops.
and
They have to have a lot of
1,000 employees and
experience.
lots of fiduciary. So what they do is they start like a year ahead or more, and they start
The
canvassing.
headhunters.
They start canvassing who might be both talk to people who might be willing to do it, but also talk, even more important, talk to people about other people they think, whether, do you think she would work, do you think he would work, that kind of, and they go on. And then they come down usually to a couple who, and they have to be talking to the possible person, because the person has to be understanding that this is a transition to a full-time job, and a tough one.
So they have to be, are they retired from their other jobs? or
No,
they just take
no, but
leaves?
they just have to usually move to and they usually have to live in the DC area now. Marcia divides it, but a lot of events are in Beckman anyway, so and a lot of the leadership is out there, so. Okay, now.
Obrigada. Thanks. Depois vai ter mais. Vão ser 50 mais. Até grampear. É, Os observadores não era para mais.
Want to snap me? It will be very nice and crispy with this.
Yeah.
That's what people want to read, right?
Yeah.
Recommendation can be anything. You can pick.
Yeah.
Five recommendation for each would be.
I only needed two. You can share. Well, they'll be.
Yeah, now we're all going to say, no, you said. Yeah,
3? At 3, you need to leave. É isso.
Então não vai ter problema maior com eles.
I left the bad sentence in his text.
Well, the transformation is sort of gone as a title. They do have it in here,
It's
bold
down
and
at the bottom.
transformative.
Yeah. Global, it's down here.
Yeah, not capitalized or
Aqui, 14h40. Mas se o Rio... I would like to know if everybody would be ready in 5 minutes. Okay? Thank you.
And then I can send you a video, and then you message.
He didn't understand. I proposed that, but the first wasn't here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say it again. Yeah. It's clear. Yeah, it's clear. I said, yeah. I knew, and I said that yesterday. Yeah, I said that. This is the document. was shared, discussed, but not necessarily are being signed by all the member academies. I saw that. I'm going to say it again. Yeah, no. Okay, thank you.
I think they might have. No, I think they might have translated it into the regional research centre. But it was on environmental.
Yeah, they should all be like this one. A bit shorter. This, like, because there's too many things. It's not, it doesn't.
It is long, and
But they said
I'm afraid if they do the thing I have in mind, it gets a little longer. That's a concern.
And like all the other, that one stands out as being really different.
I thought you said that was
Very different.
say human element.
Thank you.
I don't think we made it better.
Sorry, I'm doing that printing. Oh, good, good. I don't need to find them. No, I thought you were.
So 3 o'clock is the slides. So we were 11.
And super specific. Exactly.
Well,
So what I was hoping is that you could make like a big table.
initially,
All the ones-
I would like to, since Dr. Darren from the Royal Society of Canada needs to leave at 3, I'll ask him to say his comments initially. And before doing that, just to make sure that everybody understood, from yesterday, we had the decision that the communiqué is going to be signed by all the academies. Nevertheless, the 5 documents that's going to be put all together, the 5 task forces, doesn't necessarily is going to be signed by all academies. But we decided that we're going to add a sentence. I can share the sentence later with all of you, or we can write a sentence at the end of this meeting, stating that that document was discussed as part of producing the communiqué, even though not all academies are signing the document. And we can add the signatures of the academies that are signing the 5 documents. Okay? Is that clear? Just to make sure it's clear to everyone. Because I remember some academies said they need more time to discuss with all the... So instead of not giving the document, because that's an important document that should not be on the shelf, and giving the communiqué, we can say, this is the basis for the communiqué, with a statement saying that not all academies are signing all 5 documents. Okay? Clear? Not clear? We can, Germany.
No, that works very well. Right?
Okay.
And that would help not to have it to endorse. And I think then we are with this fine communiqué done, ready for dinner.
Thank you so much. Please, Darren.
Thank you, Helena, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to offer what I think are non-controversial and non-substantive suggestions here. And in so doing, because I have to go a bit early, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank all the colleagues around the table for your contributions to helping make a better world. We're very grateful for all you do. Thank you. I have 4 suggestions that the majority of which were integrated into previous versions. I appreciate there's a lot of movement of texts. The first one is in the preamble in paragraph 2 on the 3rd line. We think it might be useful to add the word social along the following lines. So this is sentence 2 of paragraph 2. We also draw attention to the fact that G20 nations should consider their social and demographic trends. And that phrase appears in the final sentence of the preamble, and we would suggest that it would read, grasping social and demographic trends, and continue along as such. Secondly, recommendation 9 of artificial intelligence simply needs the word to, T-O, after the word seek to establish, if we're comfortable with that. The third suggestion is at the end of the introduction to the bioeconomy section. The final sentence has 3 components to it. And number 3, I think, without losing its substantive content, might be more effectively phrased to read 3. Engage Indigenous and local communities in decision-making while protecting traditional knowledge, upholding human rights, and promoting capacity building, period. I'd be happy to leave this text that I've written down here after I go, but I just think it simplifies the intended meaning of the phrase. In the health challenges section, there are 3 areas where the term vulnerable groups or vulnerable communities is used. We think it might be perhaps more appropriate to use the term communities with known vulnerabilities in each case. So this appears in the first sentence as the last words of the first sentence of the opening paragraph, and it appears later in that paragraph. I'll leave those behind, but our experts have suggested that referring to such communities as communities with known vulnerabilities is preferable to calling them vulnerable communities.
Yes, you're right.
Yes.
Just go again so we can get included here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Marcus, he is going to leave.
No, it's okay.
And we can then type, because he needs to leave. I think it's...
Just briefly, though, if it's preferable, in that health challenges section, Vitor, at the end of the first sentence, there is the term, that's right, vulnerable communities, and instead perhaps it could read, in communities with known vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
Again, it's not a substantive change.
It's not nice to call a community vulnerable.
With known, K-N-O-W-N, with known vulnerabilities.
Of the community.
Not none, that's right. But with known.
In my opinion, you're right, because we are putting an adjective into the community.
Vulnerabilities would be plural, Vitor. And then the penultimate sentence of that same section, the sentence that begins, these factors affect agricultural production. The end of that sentence uses the phrase vulnerable groups suffering the most, and we would suggest a use of the same phrase, groups with known vulnerabilities.
In the plural, Marcus, vulnerabilities.
Terrific, Vitor, thank you. And then in recommendation 7 of that same section, health challenges, the same term appears again. It refers to vulnerable groups in recommendation 7 of the health challenges document, and we think it may be preferable to say prioritize mental health care, especially for especially for groups with known vulnerabilities, such as youth. Anyway, I'll leave to that. But the groups with known vulnerabilities, I'm not sure we can say for young and groups with known vulnerabilities. But the last suggestion is in the social justice section, recommendation 1. After the bold-faced portion, the text reads, "People should be in the center in all development policies." We would prefer, if it's acceptable to our colleagues, for that phrase to read, "People should be in the center of all social, economic, and development policies." Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank you also for being here and all the contributions that your academy and the experts gave to this document. We salute you.
You may go.
Maybe we should go with the round, or if someone needs to do comments, raise your hands, or shall we go by country? Everybody who wants to make comments on the document and have comments to add or to remove from the current document. Yes, Australia, please. Professor.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay. I mean, the document reads a lot easier now with the bullet points and the short summaries. It's just wanted to point out, like, if you look at health challenges, then you have the qualifier words: quality, equity, access, and preparedness for academics and epidemics and climate change. But for the other topics, there is nothing like that. So there's a little bit of inconsistency. So either we have health challenges and not have those qualifying words, or we put similar qualifying words for the other topics as well. Otherwise, there's an inconsistency. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a tendency to agree with you, but the floor needs to decide, because this is the title in the document, but I agree with you that for the communiqué, the others were not being, so let's take it away as consistency. Either add to the others or remove from this.
It's simpler to remove.
Yeah, mine idea too. Everybody agrees? Great. Yes, Professor.
Yes, I agree with my Australian counterpart that the document reads much simpler now. I have a number of comments, starting from the first paragraph. The second sentence comes rather abruptly, that the countries recognize that eradicating power in all forms was essentially what the countries looked for. To make it slightly easier to understand, we could say that signatory countries recognize that making our planet suitable for sustainable living, we need to take urgent action of something of that kind. And then, among the most important identified areas was eradicating poverty in all its forms. So basically just a cosmetic change, but that would make it probably link better with the Sustainable Development Goals. in terms of AI, I think the recommendations must begin by policy formation. So just to reorder, 4, 5, 6 could go on the top, and then 1, 2, 3 can follow.
Your suggestion, the first one, I'll get what you wrote and we'll type so that everybody can read your suggestion for the preamble, right?
Yeah.
But in here, you're suggesting change, create policies, which one, number 4?
4, 5, 6 should go on the top, and then 1, 2, 3 should follow.
6. Okay, the first one should be
Policies.
policies.
The citizen should be informed can follow later, but the policies should come because there's a more dominant recommendation.
Because now the way we have it, it's number 4 and number 6, we talk about policies, right? So his suggestion would be
So 4 and 5
number 1.
4 number 1 and 4 and 5 will combine. I will just read out. Create policies to safeguard workers in an AI-driven economy, comma, which are flexible and adaptable, rooted in shared ethical principles. We expect that this will this will ensure innovation while reducing societal risks. I will give it to you in writing so you can have.
Okay.
Take a picture.
And on the beginning too, Marcos, he wrote, because then we're taking a picture so that's easier to.
Bit provocative, probably everyone may not agree, is in the energy transition process, we have maintained our stand from beginning that energy transition being a complex issue, G20 nations must ensure just and equitable transition process. So I don't know whether everyone would agree to that, but we would like to emphasize on this point that energy transitions must be equitable across different countries.
Yes.
In the health challenges, somehow we have missed reference to One Health, and that can come in as one of the recommendations. Advocate the concept of One Health aggressively or something like that.
The question is the word equitable realistic?
So,
in the energy transition, I mean, different parts of the world and different countries have fundamentally different situations.
Absolutely. And that's what actually makes things a bit scary for the global south, that as the technologies evolve in the global north, and if those technologies have to be adopted immediately, then the energy transitions might become more difficult for the southern countries to adopt.
But you have the sunshine, which if things are moving the way we propose, it's a huge advantage.
Yes, indeed everyone agrees that the transitions have to happen, but if the transitions have to happen, they should be also affordable by different countries and so on and so forth. And the mechanisms that are being talked about are already in place, like carbon tax or the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Those kind of things we believe are not essentially equitable on today's day. But we can go on debating about that a little later.
I have a proposition. If you could give to Marcos your notes, we could ask them to type in green so that then we go over, we come back. Okay? Because it's easier when you read, so it's not. Thank you. Muito obrigada.
Thank you.
Yes. Mexico, Jose.
Thank you. Three very little points. First is orthography, and my English-speaking colleagues can say, in the last line of artificial intelligence, before the recommendations, I think you should say, therefore, G20 countries should, and the 2 points should be at the end after the parentheses, I think, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, there is.
Then the other thing, then in artificial intelligence, in the first point, the last line of the first point says benefits, limitations, and consequences. I wonder if it would be better to say benefits, limitations, and potential risks. We've already said potential risks above, but it seems to me that here it goes better to say potential risks. I don't know.
Does everybody agree with substituting consequence for potential risks? Because if everybody does, we can do it already in blank.
Okay.
To facilitate. Thank you. And also, I think it's underlined something. We'll take that out. Okay?
And then my last point is in the section of energy transition process. The point 9, I like it, but it says social and economic considerations should include job creation, technological advancements, and so on. I think that line is appropriate, but it applies also to points 1, 2, and 4 at least. I think in all tasks, it's appropriate to say social and economic considerations should include job creation, technological advancements. For example, talking about artificial intelligence, or health challenges, or energy or bioeconomy.
Oh, so you are suggesting that we add to the others?
Either that we add to the others, or that we take this from here and we put it in some place at the beginning so that it covers all of them.
Okay, so that's something that we need to discuss with everyone. Thank you. France, please, Professor.
I have only just 2 minor points. For artificial intelligence, point number 8, evaluate establishing regional research. I suggest to add academic, that is to read, evaluate establishing regional academic research centers.
Perfect.
And the second one, which is on health and health challenges, point 7, develop long-term support for the management of health of older patients. I would substitute to patients people, older people. They are not all sick, but still they require long-term support. That's it.
Okay, so number 8, Victor, artificial intelligence. France is giving us the suggestion of evaluate establishing regional academic research centers. And that was our discussion. So everybody agrees? So please add. And the last one?
That was health challenges, point number 8. Develop long-term support for the management of the health of older patients. I suggest to replace patients by people.
People. I like it
I'm
better.
thinking of myself.
No, yeah, me too. I totally agree. We hope we won't be patients. Cross our fingers. Já. Mas o outro não dava, Marcos. Me desculpe. Any more comments? Yes, please, UK.
First of all, I'd like to say this is a very good document. I've only got a few minor comments. In the artificial intelligence, if we go to recommendation 3, it says prioritize human welfare. I was a little unsure what human welfare meant and whether it could be more specific. Anybody a comment on that? For number 4, create policies to safeguard workers. Again, safeguard, what does safeguard with respect to what? I'm assuming this is referring to jobs, in which case it might be better
I imagine it was jobs.
So in which case it might be clearer if that referred to job security.
Yeah. Create policies to job security.
Workers' rights.
Or workers' rights. What do you,
Well,
job
worker-
security and workers' rights.
Sorry, if I could go back to, if people are happy, if we could go back to 2, perhaps I should have picked this up before, but it says work together to create large, valuable and well-curated scientific, it says databases. I think you'd normally say data sets. I don't know whether...
Yes, you're right.
And then towards the end of the next sentence, I'll read it. It says they. I think it would be better to say there is a need to invest in data infrastructure, high-performance computing, and training to use AI effectively in fields of application.
Do we all agree?
I would suggest you just cut "there is a need to" and say invest in data infrastructure. It's parallel to the structure of the first sentence, which is the active verb. Right now
So
it's a statement and not a
maybe-
recommendation.
Do you think in the same, or shall we add as another? Because work together to create large, valuable, and well-curated scientific data sets. And then another one, invest in data infrastructure, high-performance computing, because it's different
Yeah, I
from
agree.
data set.
That would
in
be
my
very,
opinion.
very clear.
Okay. Do we all agree?
Okay, so moving on to the bioeconomy one. Under point 3, it refers to human and animal health. Humans are animals, so maybe
Yes.
it should be human
We
and
don't
other
like it, but
animal
we
health.
are animals.
So that's a minor one.
And other animals, how can we rephrase?
I'm not, anybody who works closer to this can suggest, speaking as an engineer.
You can say human and non-human animal. Human and non-human animal.
Anthropologist speaking?
No, we're on for
So it's human and non-human health.
animal health, or non-human
Human
health.
animal health, yeah.
Yeah.
And then one more in the health challenges, under recommendation 1, it says promote sustainable local and regional production through research capacity building. I suggest it's through research and innovation capacity building, because it refers to ennobling the development and beyond. So I think research and innovation would be appropriate there, because it's not just research.
Yes. Let's see if he... Did you... Entendeu? Promote. Perfect. Right? Research and innovation. No, through production through research and innovation. Common. Capacity building is another one, because
it refers to promote... Because it's referring to sustainable local and regional production, it seemed appropriate to talk about research and innovation.
Falta uma preposição. Quando você põe o and, você tem que ter a preposição. Dá uma olhada. But they know better. Next, because for me, I understand it's important to have, but research capacity building, research and innovation capacity building.
Then it's capacity, it's about trying to do the capacity building, in other words, skills development in research and in innovation, because research on its own is not sufficient, and also innovation is so important.
So maybe right through capacity building in research and innovation.
Yeah, that's because it lacks
that sounds it
a
so.
preposition, in my opinion. But I'm not familiar with English. I'm just a
This
curious
fixes
person.
it, I think.
And a final comment is on the social justice.
Okay.
I think this reads really well, but there are nice links to some of the previous sections, and it would be nice if there was reference to the links back, rather than have these a little bit standalone, because I think it's the whole point of the social justice as well is to talk about some of the aspects that relate to some of the other areas. I haven't got specific suggestions, it was a more harmonisation, but I think it would be a nice way to be able to link things.
I understand. We'll try, because it's going to be, but we'll try. Indonesia, please.
Thank you. I think I have to congratulate the team that the statements are now much shorter and crispy. I want to make two comments on the energy and health. I think the transition, the word transition here is from fossil to renewable.
Yeah.
And we do not mention the
Anything.
word fossil at all. So I'm not sure if we want to make it clear what we are going to do transition from what to what. So the word fossil should be there, and then the renewable can be described instead of defining them, each of them. So we can just describing what are the renewables as to oppose, or in addition to energy efficiency. So I think renewable and energy efficiency should have equal footing there. And then for the important social aspect of it, and also equity or equality, is the access, which is quite nicely worded there.
I don't know if they were able to get the first one, so that we don't go back and forth. I think it's important to try to put your comment and try to type it. And then the first comment, I think it's most relevant to discuss before we go further. Because our colleague said, and it's very clear, energy transition process, transition from to what? Are we going to qualify this energy transition or not? That was the first question. The energy transition process requires continued innovation. We're going to move from to what? He asked that. And this is for the floor.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please, because I'm just being
Let's
the coordinator.
go to recommendation number 3. Carbon capture, utilization and storage, along with market-based approaches, such as carbon pricing on global scale, should be used for minimizing CO2 emissions from fossil fuels as we move away from these sources towards a low emission energy future. So here explicitly talks about fossil fuels, but in general, the transition that I understand that is being covered is a transition. You want to make?
Yeah, I think the word fossil should be higher up in the statement rather than in the recommendation. And I would propose in the second sentence of the statement, with a sentence beginning with transitioning from fossil base to renewable.
But it's more than that. It's transition from a low efficient energy processes to a higher efficient, higher efficient processes. It's transition from current state to a low emission processes. It's transition to a world where we could try to have less demand for high use of energy. So I think that was a strategic point to talk about this transition process, going from the present, the current state of things to a different world, low emission, more renewable, more clean, more affordable, less poverty. So this was something that we discussed about that when we were writing the document, and was a decision to let this transition more subtle, more fluid.
Yeah, I'm considering the emission gaps that is reported by UNEP, and it's mainly fossil. And if we do not touch the issue of fossil emission, then we might be missing the big issue of it. The elephant in the room is emission from fossil.
It's open. Everybody.
So 60% of the 60 billion ton emission per year is fossil based.
Yeah, but as far as I understood the explanation, maybe I'm just trying to bring what I understood. What Prata just mentioned is that the transition is from fossil to non-fossil, to renewable. But the transition also is from non-efficient to efficient. So there are several transitions in the name. So maybe we could think after this, you could think of a sentence that could encompass in a simple way, the points that you raised, just not in the title,
okay,
but in the paragraph, because that would because there is the transition from fossil in one of the recommendations. But I think it would be important to clarify transition. Yes, Germany?
I mean, I'm the climate guy here, so I think it's somewhat implicit. And as many things have already happened, we're in the middle of a transition, still insufficient. I mean, you could just add to transitioning from fossil-based, here, let's go to the preamble. From fossil-based to affordable and clean energy systems. That would solve your problem, right? I think it's implicit already, it's obvious, even to some of our not so smart heads of country who deny climate. But if this satisfies you, it would be a simple solution.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Should be fossil-based rather than fossil-based.
Fossil-based to affordable clean energy systems. So
or
that
energy.
from fossil-based, and the fuels go, because it's more than fuels, it's coal, it's whatever, right? Fossil-based to clean energy systems. It's the system as a whole, which,
Yes. Yeah.
right? Yeah. Would that solve your problem?
Yep. Exactly.
Fossil-based.
Yes, to
No,
afford.
no, that's good.
No.
That's
That's
to
good.
maintain.
That's
It's
good.
not to remove.
It's just those two words. I think would satisfy Indonesia. I think it's implicit, but you make it explicit. That's good.
Secondly, is on the health challenge. The last sentence, I think, second from the bottom statement about severe weather patterns. I think the severe one is not the pattern. The severe one is the event. So I would propose severe weather event rather than pattern. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great.
But the suggestion, Marcus. Perfect. Everybody agrees? Yes.
Or you
Chana?
can change severe into extreme if you want. That's the most common term used.
Yeah, extreme. But
event-
it's not only extreme weather events.
I would take the event out because people would think of a storm, a day or two, or a hurricane. I would call it just extreme weather because you could have an entire monsoon season if you think of the monsoonal world, for example, to go completely dry or too wet. So I would take the event out and call it extreme weather.
Yeah. Do you agree?
Well, they are not. They are episodic. So it's only particular event in particular year or even decadal, period. So event is something eventual.
No, but if you think of an El Nino year and then the La Nina swing, you will have severe drought in some parts of Indonesia and too much rain for weeks and weeks. Would you call this an event?
Yeah.
Okay, a several-week event. It's a long event.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't care.
Even months. 2 months.
Well, we have that experience here in our country. Just recent, it took in the south was, but I don't, that was a tragedy. It was not only one event, because it didn't stop, but I think we should have more opinions because with the floor, what do you want to add the word? Extreme, everybody's convinced, the word events or not. That's so that we can move forward. Everybody's.
No, I agree with the point that was made that extreme weather event refers to a short-term extremity. For example, in monsoon, these days in India, we get average the same monsoon rainfall, but the same rainfall happens in much less number of days. Or you get all of a sudden temperatures which are in the 50 degrees Celsius this year in certain parts. So those are generally referred to as extreme weather events which happen for a short duration. While extreme weather, for example, the WMO said that 2023 was the hottest year in the recorded human history. So that whether it's an extreme weather event or is extreme weather is, I think, debatable.
Well, going back to the
let's read the way it is. These factors affect agricultural production, food price, and access to water and air quality with low and middle income countries and groups with known vulnerabilities suffering the most. Rising global temperatures and extreme weather events create conditions that favor the spread of both communicable and non-communicable diseases. Keep the event or remove the event? That's the, okay, so let's keep it. Move forward, yeah.
We talk about that.
Yeah.
During the first round of discussion, there was a suggestion to include the part of One Health. At first, I could not find a way, and after discussing, we were trying to add that. So the idea, it would be to include a comma and a sentence, completing the phrase as requiring an integrated.
The very same after most.
After, yeah, the most. And then it would be to insert a comma and saying requiring an integrated One Health approach which recognizes the interdependencies between the health of people animals and ecosystems. So if it's not so long for you. But
yeah, I was thinking maybe it's 4 lines. These factors affect agricultural production, food prices, and access to water and air quality, with low and middle income countries and groups with known vulnerabilities suffering the most, requiring an integrated, I think we're, yes, please.
I wanted to make a comment on this one, and that is that I think in that list of the beginning of this, the factors which affect production and so on, we should probably have energy poverty or something about energy in there as well. But then you could stop after suffering the most, full stop, and then say this requires an integrated One Health approach. Then it's not such a long sentence.
Give the floor to you, Karen. No, go back. Add energy, or else we're going to forget when, where it was. It's getting, please.
So, going back to the previous sentence, the climate and environmental change directly impact health and societal sustainability. These factors affect agricultural production, food prices, energy availability, and access to water and air quality, clean air. Yeah.
Thank you. Karen?
I was going to suggest that maybe you could put the One Health sentence at the very end following the diseases, because One Health is also relevant to the impact of climate change on diseases. so that the section would end with One Health as the last point, and that makes it stronger. And also that we should change the wording that it reads, this requires an integrated One Health approach that recognizes, not which, that recognizes the interdependencies. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Indonesia.
Since agriculture and ecosystems are mentioned here, I think we should also mention about pests in addition to diseases, and also fire, where it is favorable during that extreme events. So the blackened text there.
So let's go back to the sentence and check where.
Yeah, both pests, or maybe fire, pests, and both communicable and non-communicable diseases. So pests is for agricultural products, and that will affect the production of agricultural crops.
He's saying before the communicable and non-communicable diseases.
That favor the spread of fire or wildfire, pests, pests.
Yeah.
Pests, both, and both communicable and non-communicable.
Yeah, but
Pests? Yes. Pest. P-E-S-T. A. No, sorry, P-E-S-T.
That's too specific.
P-E-S-T-S. Okay.
But couldn't extreme weather events also bring floods, not fire?
Yeah, but I don't think we need to define. In my opinion, I want the floor to share this with the floor, because if we do, it's going to be a really long list, because there is also dryness.
Yeah. How about
in the Amazon? We have someone from the Amazon in here, two people. We had a dryness that the river totally disappeared. So I don't know. I think the extreme events covers all that.
It's too specific with fire.
I agree. That was what I was questioning.
Madam Chairperson, less is more. And as soon as you add a qualifier to one of these sentences, you're excluding something automatically that you have not added. So less is more. Try to remove the specificity and you will get further.
Yeah, there's
well, since it is under the heading of health challenge, I think fire has detrimental effect on health globally, as well as emission of greenhouse gases. One single event.
But flood also. We have a tremendous impact in health. So if we, but I'm talking too much. I'm just the one negotiating. Please help.
Come on, you just got your extreme weather events.
I'm going to call my university colleagues. Please help.
No, look, I mean, this is really part of extreme weather events, right? You have extreme floods, you have wildfire. You can add a list of 10 words. So just as Don Dingwell said, it's just too specific. And I see it's a very severe problem in Indonesia. If I look at the River Rhine where I'm living, it's flooding. So let's not go to this, because this is all part of extreme weather events. If we would write an extra climate chapter now, which we won't, I'm all for it. but not here.
Yeah, I agree. This is about health. So let's stick with the things that are the most relevant. I wanted to go back to the previous sentence, though, where we talk about water and air quality, and that's actually not correct in its wording. It should say energy availability and access to good quality water and air, or high quality water and air. It's not the access to quality, it's the access to water and air. So, yeah, high quality water and air. Yeah.
Comments? May I ask you something, Marcos? Is someone typing the suggestions in green? It is? So you can project if it's already typed it. Because I don't want to forget, please, before, it would be great before coffee. Remember, we decided to write down in green his comments.
Maybe after we go over, because we have to switch computers, so switching from one and then going back.
Okay. It's just so that we don't forget, because we need to have that. So, comments. Yes, China, please.
Yeah, we have some comments for this document. At first, I want to say, give some recommend to in the first programs. I want to insert a sentence before the with this standard point. First paragraph. Yeah. Before the with this standpoint. Before. Yeah. Before with this standpoint. Maybe.
With this standpoint.
Before. With. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, before that, we want to insert a sentence about science and international collaboration serves as a key mechanisms to reach. Okay, science and international collaboration serves as a key mechanism to reach this goal. Yeah, I just want to establish a relationship between the science and science community to development to the SDG goal. This goes. Yeah, this goes.
And key mechanisms.
Yeah.
Serve as key mechanisms. Take the A out because it's plural.
Yeah.
As key mechanisms. No A before key.
Clear. Yeah. The second comment is to the two paragraphs. In the 4 words in the first sentence of the 2 paragraphs, the leaders, I just want to change with it as a government, that we present to the G20 government and societies. We think, yeah, government. Yeah, governments, yeah. And the third comment is about AI. The second lines, in the second line.
Do everyone agree on these two so that we can flag it? I would also say societies.
Societies, yeah.
I didn't ask because he's right. We're going not to the leaders, but to the governments. Indeed, the S20 are governors, not the governments. It's a correction. Marcos, eu não ouço o que você está falando. Please.
Farila, huh?
Either you sit here, it's easier, or you use the microphone. For me, I'm a little deaf. Sorry.
Sorry, but we need to get it in the paper. So you're moving to the next block, artificial intelligence. I would just like to make sure that everyone agrees with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because or else, if we don't have a clear message to who's typing it there, we don't know what to do.
Okay.
Pode botar em preto.
The government, science and international, does everybody agree with that? UK.
There is a different meaning to science and international versus international science collaboration, so I wondered which one you meant.
Yeah.
International science collaboration.
Yeah, okay.
Can we use scientific collaboration instead of science?
Yes. Can we?
Scientific.
Scientific collaboration.
International.
Science
And
Science
scientific collaboration. International scientific collaboration.
Scientific.
It's better.
Yeah.
So serves is singular now, or is plural, so take the S off. Serve.
For the native speaker societies.
If there are two things, if it's science and international scientific collaboration, it's two things, it's plural. So they're mechanisms.
The artificial intelligence then?
Yeah, we have more. Artificial intelligence in the park. The two light, in the two light, it also posed risks. We just want to insert a word before risk, uncertainly. Uncertainly risks. Uncertainly, yeah.
Does everybody agree with that? Please.
Okay.
Just a second.
I think that's a little bit strong because if you read it, it looks like all AI poses uncertain risks. I think if you wish to have uncertain risks, it perhaps should be it can pose uncertain risks.
I think the philosophy maybe is overversely, but the risk, how the risk to construct, how the risk impact still is uncertain.
But it's clear that there could be a risk.
Yeah, it's a risk.
It's
just to say it's a potential. Just like
if I might, if I might comment, I do not believe all AI has uncertain risks. And I believe that that's what that sentence implies. I think some types of AI do have uncertain risks, and we should be clear that we do not always need to worry about it. So I'm a little bit unsure.
I agree with you. Other comments, please?
Just a potential.
I agree. I think we could leave it as it can. It also can pose risks. Risks, by definition, are uncertain.
Yeah.
I would suggest can also or may also.
Yeah.
May gives more of a sense of possibility.
May is better.
Okay.
Could I comment on that?
Yeah. It may also.
May.
Okay. Yeah. Uncertain can go.
Number 9 goes back to the question of risks. Seek to establish, and it lays out.
What I mean, just want to recognize the risk caused by the AI. Maybe there have no concepts how the risk like. So I just want to expression this idea. So uncertain is can go.
Can go.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just
Okay.
it may also pose risks.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's
Okay. And we also want comments on the point 2. Yeah, we just want to add some sentence in the point 2 to issues the science data sharing. There is a work to how to together get a data set or database, but how to use it in the science communication. So I want to say insert a sentence to issues the science data sharing in this place.
Can you
after the data sets,
data sets,
yeah,
the sentence,
and issues the science data sharing. 他把它删了吗？ Yeah. No. Issuing the science data sharing. Ensuring. Science data sharing. Science. Yeah. Data sharing. Yeah.
May I?
Yeah.
I would like to bring to here because data sharing, we need to give some qualification. What type of data are we talking about sharing this? Because it's not all data that's going to be shared. For instance, I'll bring an example from Brazil that's easier for me. For instance, we have lots of data from our health system.
Yeah.
Are we talking about sharing this data? That's private. So I think we need to qualify what do we mean by the data sharing.
Can I make a suggestion?
I just give
yeah, you could put in there ensure ethical sharing of data, which would cover confidentiality and
issues of sharing.
Good.
Yeah. Oh.
UK, please.
I was going to suggest an alternative phrasing would be to say work together to create and share large, valuable and well-curated scientific data sets where data governance permitted.
Great. Okay.
Please.
Write both and they breed and decide.
Please. Please, comma after data sets.
Thank you.
Create and share large scientific
Okay. It's okay. It's okay.
So now you have the two possibilities written. Which one do you think fits better?
the second one, we need the statement about governance if you're going to use the second version.
Work together to create
and share large, valuable and well-created scientific data sets. What was the wording?
I can't remember.
With appropriate
respecting data governance.
Respecting data governance.
So we have now the two possibilities. Let's decide and then we can delete one and stick just with one.
Yeah. Second one is better.
Okay, so second one, everybody agrees number 2 fits better?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe in social justice section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the sixth line. In the first paragraph.
The sixth line of the first paragraph.
Yeah, first paragraph, in sixth line. There is a word, poor countries. I just want to modify this expression to low and middle income countries. Okay? And
yes, China has more comments.
And in the second paragraph, there is a four line. There have through the integrations of scientific knowledge. I just want to insert a phrase about technical innovation and development strategies.
Perfect. Does everybody agree? Can we leave it already in black?
Maybe
okay.
Or maybe technological.
Knowledge is one thing, and technical innovation.
It's technological innovation.
Technological. Yeah, technological.
Yes, technological innovation.
It's okay.
Everybody agrees? Okay.
And the last comments is about the 4-point recommendation. In recommendation, I think we can combine the 4 and 9 point to one point. All this one is to focus on reduce equality. 4 and 9.
Yeah.
We can combine the 2 point to 1 point. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. I would say, do we have a coffee break now? Because we could try to combine 4 and 9 and show to you after coffee break together with all the comments made by Professor from Agenda. Okay? Great. Coffee break. Yes. Yeah. Break. So, do we have any more questions, any suggestions? Roberto.
Yes. Regarding the social justice theme,
okay.
Just two things. Point 4, the one that is going to be assembled with point 9, I would like to, and international collaboration in the preamble, then we can drop or remove point 8, recommendation 8 here in the...
Before you move forward, regarding the inclusion of gender.
Yes.
We need to go, Ruben, we need to check because in our initial document, we had gender in several, but then there was a compromise to get some countries.
I don't know.
That's why but I think if we add all types of inequalities, everybody will read into brackets. I hope you can understand that.
Okay.
Is it okay for you?
Yes, I mean,
because
I understand.
that was something that we need to negotiate a lot. Okay? Now you can move to the second point.
The second point is just since we have already added the scientific collaboration in the preamble.
Right.
We can remove.
We don't need it
we
in
can
here.
remove it. From
Yeah,
here.
you're right. Any more comments? No. Oi, o que, Marcos? Eu não estou ouvindo. Você ri... Pega o microfone, por favor.
É para deletar o item 8, é isso?
É, porque já está... Scientific collaboration já está... is in the preamble. So, we are not adding scientific collaboration for AI, for all the others. So we are going to go over again, check if there is still scientific collaboration in the other task force, we can remove.
Can I?
Yes.
There's a compromise possible there. That point 8, if you just take out the first 3 words, the promote scientific cooperation, and then just leave it as promoting education, social equality, and all the rest, then you don't lose the richness of that comment.
Okay, great.
Which, you have to put it back now. Point 8. That you just, that one. If you just remove the first 3 words, then you still have all those examples. Yeah. Yeah.
Great.
Can I add one more thing to that point?
Yes,
while we're
please.
on this section on social justice, it's this point I made before, on the 3rd sentence in the first paragraph, the sentence which begins many humans, again, we've missed out energy there. So we've talked about everything else, but deprived of access to clean water, energy, clean water, and basic sanitation. Yeah.
Clean energy. Clean water.
Everybody agrees? Can we add? Okay. Yes.
Just a remark about the layout. If we go down a little bit, the social justice is the only section where all the recommendations start with something short in bold and the others don't. I would favor actually this style of the social justice, but then I would recommend doing that also in the other sections.
But you're right. I said the same when we were doing the document. And I said, it's going to be totally different. It's nice. But either we change the social justice or we change the other 4. Let me have a sandwich and I'll return to you, to your proposition. But it's true. And since we need to approve in here, I would like to add new text that hasn't been discussed in this room. So my initial position is that I'm going to go over the social justice and try to rephrase the beginning so that we don't need to have, it's easier for us because we have a schedule to fulfill. Just because of that.
Just take out the bold, just unbold.
Yeah. Unbold everything.
And it'll read quite a lot like some of the other sections.
Yeah. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
It's easier, okay? I think now we can write.
It's too bad. That helps to read.
We'll do the next ones and we'll come back after coffee break with the propositions that my dear friend did at the beginning. So, coffee break. 15 minutes. I need to have a.
To call him back.
our Sherpa, our next Sherpa, Professor, I totally forgot your name now. My goodness. She needs to pack because she has a shuttle that leaves here at 6. So we're going to change a little bit the order. She's going to give her recommendations, final recommendations, and then we'll come back and finish the work, okay? And please.
Thank you very much for the adjustment to the agenda. I am not going to make the final closing remarks on behalf of South Africa because my colleague, Professor Himmler Sudial, is going to do that in due course. She has all the words and everything all prepared, but I would like to make just one or two comments. So thank you very much for the opportunity. And let me start by saying thank you, Helena, for an amazing job. You have been incredible today, unstoppable, and thank you very much for your leadership of this whole process. I stand in awe, and my eyes are wide open about how it's going to be for us next year. I think that during the course of today, we've really seen a lot of interest and buy-in to what we are actually going to generate. So I think that what we're going to end up with in this communique and the appended 5 documents is something that we all can feel we own and we feel we have all contributed to. And I think that that's thanks to you and your organization that we've managed to do that. So thank you. I won't make specific recommendations, except that I hope that once we close today, that everybody will feel that they have had their say, they've made whatever comments they needed to, and that you will then only have support for finalizing it. And of course, that is only a part of what this summit, this has been all about. This forum has really been about collaboration and cooperation and working together. So thank you everybody for that, and I hope that we will continue with that as we go forward. I am acutely aware of just what a big task it is, and I hope that we will be able to learn from your example and from the example of your academy. As I say, Himmler will make some specific comments about that later. But we do really look forward to having everybody join us next year. Our council will be meeting in a couple of weeks' time, and then as soon as that's done, we will let everybody know what our broad plan is, the timing, and so on. And we really do look forward to welcoming everybody to our country next year, probably more than once, and I hope with an equally productive outcome. So I think that's all I needed to say, except, as I say, thank you. And safe travels for everybody when they finally leave. And I think this has been an excellent, productive meeting, so thank you.
We thank you, Stephanie, because for the partnership, for the companion during this months that we have been working, and I hope you have a really safe night home flight. And what I'm going to ask before you leave is we took away the bold, but even with the writing, it doesn't flow the same way as the others. So what we are going to try to do later on, and if you all agree, if the first sentence can be changed to an information, we'll do it. Or remove if the next sentence is already stating what's necessary, because that will give a more suitable, no, but a more actable document among the 5 task forces. So that's the only thing that we are going to do afterwards. No change in meanings and in wording, except for the beginning of this recommendations for social justice. Okay? And again, thank you so much for being here with us. It's a shame that you are not going to the island with us. Okay, so your comments are now on the screen, and
they need to be changed quite substantially, but it's only a suggestion.
Oh, yes. So his suggestions so that we can discuss is, remember this, the signatory countries recognize that. We used to say, eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions. He wrote this sentence, which I think adds to the topic. The signatory countries recognize that to make our planet suitable for sustainable living, we urgently need to take action on 17 fronts. Among the most important identified was eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, which is the greatest global challenge and an indispensable requirement for sustainable development. If everybody agrees, yes, UK.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what the 17 fronts means.
I would say the 17 SDGs.
17 goals.
Essentially, what I felt was the first statement was starting with eradicating poverty, but eradicating poverty is only one of the goals. There are a larger number of goals. The 17 fronts, of course, actually came in that context, but we can change those. We can say multiple fronts or something. And eradicating poverty was one of the most important ones. That's how it would be.
But replace fronts with SDGs then, because
I would say SDGs because 17, it's
Fronts nobody
already in the back of our minds. Sustainable development, and I think we need to write it down completely. Sustainable development goals, and then SDGs. If it's okay, can we take on these 17?
On the,
this 17. Does everybody agree? Okay, so Black, take the, yes, fantastic. We're getting there. Now, you mentioned to get together. Do you have the old way, Victor? 5 and 6 there. To join 5 and 6. 5 was create policies to assure job security and workers' rights in an AI-driven economy. 6, establish flexible and adaptable policies rooted in shared ethical principles. This ensures innovation while reducing societal risks. And the fusion became like this. Create policies to assure job security and workers' rights in an AI-driven economy, which are flexible and adaptable, rooted in shared ethical principles. We expect that this will ensure innovation while reducing societal risks. My comment is, all the others, we don't use we or I, so it's just a matter of maybe expecting principles, comma, expecting that this will, I don't know. But you English-born people can help on this.
This will ensure, that's it, right?
Good. Everybody agrees with the fusion or 5 and 6? And yes, Karen.
Do you want to wordsmith the English a little bit of the first sentence now or do that later? Just because to have, maybe it could start something like, in an AI-driven economy, create policies, just because the which are flexible and adaptable should refer to the workers' rights.
Yes.
So it's in the wrong place. It's just, or create policies in an AI-driven economy to assure job security. Just move the AI-driven economy to another place. Okay, that makes the English work. To assure workers' rights, which are flexible and adaptable.
Perfect.
And it could actually be, without the comma, workers' rights that are flexible and adaptable. Yeah. Okay.
And then number, what was the number? 7, right? Go down. Oh.
Basically, the suggestion is to move 7 up to 2.
Okay. So number 7 would be, we'll read, contribute to establish AI regulations and data governance standards that benefit all countries fairly and uphold human values.
It's the same text.
It's the same text, only that's moving as the second recommendation. The first one was enable citizens. Yeah, I think it's important. It's more general. If you all agree, can you do it, Victor? Please. No, it's not Victor. I don't know who is doing it. Thank you so much. And then we have, before moving, we have, remember there was a comment, I can't recall who said it, but was you? Human welfare, yes, UK. We decided to come back because there was, it wasn't clear, what do we mean by human welfare?
Maybe human well-being?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you, now it's okay, or any comments?
My comment would be, if I read that, number 6, I don't know what it's supposed to cover.
Yeah.
I get environmental sustainability, thinking about AI, but human well-being in the context, I think it's been compressed too much to have meaning, and I'm not sure where that particular use of human well-being came from. And human well-being and environmental sustainability are not different things as well.
Let me see if in the original, if we did have something. No. The AI people is not here, they're not here, but we have the initial documents. Let me see. Does anybody have, huh? No. Some people are suggesting to remove human well-being, prioritize environment, but I don't think it's going to be, at least for me, I don't know what they wanted with human well-being, but AI should have a focus. Not only sustainability is going to be okay, but why use AI if it's not for the benefit of humanity? That's the point for me. Why? Why are we using? Aren't we satisfied? Do we need to move faster? We need to process faster and faster and faster. What is the limit? That's my point. So I don't like the idea of not having the humanity being prioritized, in the sense that, because we do lots of recommendations afterward for education, for several points. And AI is going to be important in health, right? But does AI discard the empathy that's necessary with a nurse and a patient, and a doctor and a patient? That's the point. Human, right? We all, and AI should have this, not being with empathy, but if we discard, we are just concerned with the environment. I think it's more than the environment. But I don't know, I need help from my colleagues. I'm not from this area, but. Yes, John, please.
I was going to make this suggestion anyway, but I was going to make a suggestion on number 9, and I think it's a partial answer, my answer to your question. Number 9 addresses something very specific, the possibility that AI will go rogue, basically. It'll get the wrong definition of good outcomes, which might be the absence of us. But indeed, there are people worrying about that. But there ought to be a lot of people worrying about much more short-term problems than that. And so I would suggest, and this is part of why I think we should be more clear on these things, take the words as they are and add, or be used for destructive purposes. That, I couldn't come up with a better word than destructive, but there's quite a few that you can think of. Disinformation, attacks on information systems, many things. our cybersecurity problems that much enhanced. So I personally think we're missing something if we don't mention the willful damage that we need to worry about. So if we did have that, I would question, since we don't really know what we mean by human well-being, maybe we don't need that.
Yeah.
So you need to add.
So on number 9, I would add, I can read it again, all the words that there are, and then or be used for destructive purposes. It's going to be quite a weapon.
Yeah, you're right. But we still have a problem with number 6. I don't know how to solve it. Let's think, what can we do? Prioritize.
Can I suggest maybe prioritize AI technologies for the benefits of humanity? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
And then the environmental sustainability is probably benefits to the planet.
Yeah. Planet sustainability. No? Or
and the planet, it could just be.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, you people need to comment.
I liked the benefit for the humanity and sustainability. I thought it was okay, the way it was. Leave the new part, for the benefit of humanity and environmental sustainability, because that encompasses a bit, it's a little more specific than planet benefits. Could say for the benefits, right? Make it plural. Benefits of humanity and environmental sustainability.
Everybody agrees? Marcos, use the microphone, please.
Is 9 correct? Or? Yep.
Any other recommendation that we are missing in this? Okay, so go down, please. Now is another one from Professor Mandi. Please, let's see. Yeah, that should be in, Victor, please. I think the green goes right after building, right? Not after recommendations. You need to move all the paragraph, all the sentence to the top, right? And don't need new recommendations, right? Não, não era.
We're in a different section.
Let's see, what is this one? Ensuring and enhancing and Prata, it's yours now. Number 7, enhancing energy.
Yes, because prior we had enhancing energy efficiency and achieving equitability reductions in energy demand are critical for lowering CO2 emissions and mitigating climate change and should be adopted. You don't adopt achieving. So you ensure, you enhance energy efficiency and ensure equitability. Both should be pursued. So it's just a matter of making better English usage if everybody is in agreement.
So you could put pursue at the beginning. Pursue enhanced energy efficiency, and
Good.
And then you wouldn't need the "and should be pursued" at the end.
Very good, even
Pursue
better.
enhanced energy efficiency and ensure equitable reductions in energy demand, which are critical. Put a comma, demand, which are critical for significantly lowering E2 emissions and mitigating climate change.
Perfect.
Very good.
The one that's yellow, why? I totally forgot why it's... we're going to discuss, right?
Someone suggested moving it to the
Yeah.
introduction, to the first paragraph of the section.
Because all the others, we are not talking, it's already there, right? So you say to the preamble, right? Shall we? Everybody agrees, or?
Yeah. It actually works really well at the end of that.
But we are talking here. We had a job creation for AI too. Remember? Go back, please. Policies, job security. It's complicated. I would say. Go back, please, now. Social and economic considerations should include job creation, technological advancements, equitable access to energy, public engagement, and environmental justice. Prata. I think it's important to have a sentence also in here, or else we'll need to move several and change, because it's not working. See?
Helena?
Yes.
What is the point?
Remember, it was raised initially at the first discussion, number 9, if that should be on the initial statement on the preamble. But that's true for all the others. I don't think it should go. That's my opinion. Everybody's quiet, but
The
It's
thing is,
just the opinion of 1/20th.
yes, but see, in the statement, the
Yeah.
first paragraph, we talk about present.
Yeah.
And the recommendations, we talk about future.
Yeah.
And here we are saying that we should create jobs. And we should promote technological advance. So my understanding, and the same for the other parts of the sentence, my understanding is that that's a good point to recommend those things. And
Yeah. The point that was go to the beginning, not the beginning, the one on the so energy. Go down. Oops. Here. To move the sentence in here, if that would give more emphasis. Can you write down the sentence in there? Because it's easier. Yeah, but it's not true because it's wasted energy just in that. And the same is true for bioeconomy. We maintained it. Jobs in terms of bioeconomy, AI, so I try to put into the beginning of the document, but we can go back to the preamble, but look in here, now put into the beginning. I think in here it works.
Okay.
But that's it, because I think it fits quite well and...
But look at the previous sentence, it's kind of a duplication. See, the integrating social and economic considerations already in the previous sentence.
Yeah, we need to rephrase because now it's not should include. The energy transition process.
You could leave it as social and economic considerations should also include.
Yeah, but should is a recommendation, right? It's not, that's what we are saying now. It's not the state of the art. It's not a preamble.
What about if you changed should to would? Would also include.
Or just, I'm sorry, I'll just mention it that social and economic considerations include job creation, technological advancements, and so on, so on, so on.
No, a verb is missing. Look, social and economic considerations include.
The verb.
Yeah,
we are including
but I know,
social.
But social and
the action is to include.
Maybe relevant social.
Job creation, technology advancement in social and economic considerations.
Relevant social and economic considerations links it to the previous sentence.
Why don't you stick it at the very end and close the loop?
Yeah.
Because it is a recommendation we want to make.
Yeah, it is.
So stick it at the very end, and you basically close the loop to the beginning. The last word is sometimes a very important one.
Yeah, we need to have that clearly as recommendation, right? And I think for me it's better there. Or were you? Do you agree too? So take the yellow, we just move as the last, but the most important. Aí pode ir,
Yeah.
go down.
There was a suggestion to,
Já não era suggestion, era para remover. It was to remove. Because we decided that we were going to make short. In the paper goes the long for each one of them. This one is it? This one? Is it from you? This, okay. How do you want? Because advocate the concept of One Health aggressively. Aggressively is not nice. People are going to be aggressive with us. But I understand what you mean, because we have been stating this for several documents already from the S20. And unfortunately, people are not paying attention to One Health, planetary health. So you would be maybe, Patricia, what do you think? To give an emphasis, just like we did with the job creation from energy transition, as the last one, a very short one. Now, or because this requires. Do you think it's necessary if we have that?
Yeah, because the last phrase was suggested after his recommendation. So I think that, so the last phrase satisfy your recommendation? Okay.
Yes. Remove. Okay. Social justice.
This was a proposal from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, basically to merge proposals 4 and 9. So you can see 4 ends with social fabric, and 9 continues with combat.
Yeah, but we need to combine.
Exactly.
It's not combined. We need to rewrite them. Reduce inequality and promote social justice. Emphasize the ethical imperative of reducing all types of, maybe we could start directly, emphasize the ethical imperative of reducing all types of inequalities. We can take that, reduce inequality and promote, because we need to do that, right? Emphasize the ethical imperative of reducing all types of inequalities to enrich human resources. And let's see, use social justice as a means to fight violence and intolerance and strengthen social fabric. Combat all forms of unjust discrimination to build a more equitable society. Governments should implement various mechanisms to reduce inequalities. They are all about inequalities, but the sentence need to be linked now, right? Because the first one it works okay. Emphasize the ethical imperative of reducing all types of inequalities to enrich human resource and use social justice as a means to fight violence and intolerance and strengthen social fabric. Maybe we should keep combat as another one. Yes. Karen.
Maybe I'll just read what I think might get to move the word discrimination into the second part. So it would read, emphasize the ethical imperative of reducing all types of inequalities to enrich human resources and use social justice as a means to fight discrimination, violence, and intolerance and strengthen social fabric.
Okay.
To build, or I would take, to build a more equitable society. To build because then you're to enriching human resources and building a more equitable society.
And then we can take
You can
the
take
rest.
the rest out.
Yeah, it's better.
And I would just want to ask one question. I know there was a longer conversation, but I lost track of it. Do we need to say all types of inequalities, or can we just say inequalities?
No,
You need
we urgently need to have, well, we can't use the bold, but it would be very important in this aspect, because we don't want to go into all discriminations, but we want to make clear in that sense, okay? Clear but unclear.
And then one other suggestion, I don't know if this, for some reason this bothers me, the three terms, discrimination, violence, and intolerance, they're out of order somehow, because one is, I don't know, intolerance and discrimination are maybe less strong than violence. So I would put them in some kind of ranked order of what's worse.
But I think the word violence we don't need. Do you think? Because what do we want to fight? Discrimination and intolerance. The violence is a consequence of a person who is discriminating or being tolerant. I would say, I don't know. If you take the violence, I don't. Yes, Ruben.
I think violence should stay. I think it's important that we stress that we don't want violence. I think it should be in the document.
Yeah, but look at the sentence. Where shall we write down the violence?
There is an irony there that we're going to fight violence. So, combat is also a violent word. Eliminate would be a better word. Or as a means to eliminate discrimination, intolerance, and violence.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry.
I'm not sure about social fabric.
No,
Is that a jargon?
it was supposed to be taken and with
That's
society.
better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Victor, go back there. Professor Sheka wants to make a point.
Just a small suggestion. This being S20, I think we should somehow bring in informed rational decision or informed rational choice or something like that in this particular sentence.
I lost it.
No, this being science 20, we should bring in here even the social choices, ethical imperative and all, somewhere word meaning informed rational choice or something like that, because science based on rationality, and that somehow should be brought in somewhere here, that particular word, informed rational choice, informed rational decision, or something like that.
Yeah, but yeah, we're going to eliminate the, you're talking about number 6, right? Yeah, but we're not going to have, for instance, address digital, go to number 5 first. Address, instead of that, expand infrastructure, because we're not going to have a sentence in the beginning. So maybe the next, if we eliminate the phrasing before the 2 points, we'll do what you were saying. Because look, address the digital divide. Okay, expand infrastructure for universal internet access. It's not, you don't need the address. Or to address the digital divide, it should be expanding. We need to change.
Already
this,
in the second.
remember? Because we decided before that we're going to get an homogeneous document by taking this sentence in the beginning. Yes,
Elena,
Professor.
I want to go back to the first paragraph of the text of social justice. Can we go up a little bit? First paragraph, hold on. In the 5th line, Karen pointed out that there is a problem with that sentence. Instead of saying there is a dismantling of jobs and the creation of new ones at an unprecedented pace caused by digitalization, etc., it looks better if we say digitalization, artificial intelligence, and robotization causes the dismantling of jobs, etc. Could we change that?
Could you write down, Victor, please? Or whoever is doing it.
And then end it at the end of pace.
Okay. Now let's go back to number 6, please. Number 4, everybody agrees, emphasize the ethical imperative, remember?
Can we just take out as a means the part that just is
to eliminate? Okay. Number 5, we'll have to address the digital divide in order to, or something, not in order, to address the digital divide by expanding, what about? Because we need to, if you agree, we can do that later, okay? But we'll need to do it because this, in some we do have these 2 points, in others don't. But let's go to number 6, that there was a comment made by Sheka. So, combat science-related disinformation, 2 points. Develop national, regional, and global strategies involve scientific communities and civil society. Address disinformation digital media to prevent adverse societal impacts. it's another one that we'll need to rephrase. It's not going to be easy. Yes. Let's see. Combat, develop national, yes.
I think for this one, as well as number 5, there's redundancy. If you just take out the address the digital divide, because the next part of the sentence is
yes,
to enhance society, to ensure all segments of society benefit. So that's addressing the digital
yes,
divide. And here too, you could take that out because it's already in the later part of the sentence.
Yeah, but the next one, number 7, I think we need to decide which one should start.
Cultivator.
Okay, because development national region involving scientific communities and civil society, it's something that it's not directly related to misinformation or disinformation. Because that would be just something to talk to society regarding science. And the beginning was with the emphasis on misinformation. Because the second sentence says it very clear: address disinformation in digital media to prevent a diverse societal impacts. I would put then develop national, I would change the orders, because the emphasis is in misinformation, disinformation. Did you understand what I said? Could you write it down again? Down? Do you agree, Ruben? Start with address disinformation in digital media to prevent a diverse societal impacts, virgula, develop national, regional, and global strategies involving scientific communities and civil society. I think the emphasis, leave the mic with him, please, now.
Depending on what we understand by regional, if we are thinking about countries, it should be regional, national, and global.
National is the country, regional is the region in the globe.
Okay, then it's
we are always using this.
Fine.
And global, okay? Regional, it's not a region within a country, but a region where several countries are located. But do you agree that if we invert the order, starting with disinformation, the essence that was in the beginning is maintained? Okay, people? Okay, then.
Sorry,
yes.
Elena, sorry. Can we keep science-related disinformation?
Yes. Address science-related.
Disinformation is of all kinds. You know, when one of the heads of state, his wife went to US and...
Yeah, but that...
So I don't think that was, that information is not science-related, that she bought dresses worth millions of dollars. That was disinformation. But that's not science-related, so... disinformation could be of any kind. We address that based on scientific facts and scientific rationale.
Yeah, but what they are proposing, he's bringing to the table is a discussion. Are we going to discuss issues that are not related to science? Because misinformation, disinformation, there are several. And what he is bringing to the floor is, are we going to qualify the disinformation in scientific issues? Maybe, I don't know. We need to discuss.
Elena?
Is that right? Yes.
Maybe between impacts and develop, we could between impacts and develop, we could put impacts and develops or impacts while developing.
Okay, great. And now we back to science related or scientific, whatever. We need to get a solution in here. Address, because the way it was, address disinformation. And as clearly pointed out by our colleagues from Italy, we are discussing science, so maybe we should emphasize that. So that's why it was written science-related disinformation. Or something else we need to figure out. Please help. Almost there, people. We're getting there. Yes, Professor, help us.
I think science-related disinformation is accurate in the context of the S20. I mean, it relates already to a lot of disinformation.
Yeah.
From climate change to health to many things.
Yes. Turkey?
I think we don't need to qualify disinformation. Disinformation is enough because it is obvious. As scientists, we need to deal not just science-related information, but disinformation in general. Why should we narrow our focus?
John? It's a good discussion. Everybody's alive.
I don't think we want to cover things like slander, but that's disinformation. I don't know why science academies would take on all forms of disinformation. It just seems pretty broad.
We need.
But you have a legal system to deal with slander.
Elena?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep science related. In the specific case of Brazil, we are having real wars about political disinformation and other forms of disinformation, and I think we should stick to science, which is what we are doing.
I totally agree with you. As individuals, we can say, we can act on different aspects of society behavior. But as Academy of Science, I think we need to stick to the scientific area. Yes, please, Turkey.
But if we qualify here as science-related disinformation, then you need to qualify everything. Like, for example, science-related inequalities. Why we say all types of inequalities?
Yeah, but the inequalities, I don't want to go deep into that. But all of you had, I'm going to, for the last time, I hope, all of you had access to all papers that were sent to Brazilian Academy of Science. And there are some countries that didn't want, and some, like mine, that really would love to have gender written. But in the name of getting everyone on board, we took it. That's why inequalities, we are saying all inequalities, because it would be really good to have, we don't have the 20th because Russia is not here, but 19 signatures. That's why we're doing all this collective effort. But in here, disinformation, there is, for instance, disinformation regarding politics. do we, as Academy of Science, have to state something about this? Individually, each one of us can. Science denialism.
I think we shouldn't overstress our possibilities.
It's not only denial, it's misinformation and denial, because it's not that you are denying science. You give a wrong interpretation. You have all of that, unfortunately. In my country, here, where you are, all of a sudden, and people that use the internet, fly on beautiful individual airplanes, they're saying that the earth is flat. That's a scientific issue. So she was helping us saying science denialism instead of disinformation. So maybe we can put, I don't know. I'm getting to a point of no return.
But disinformation contains more than denial.
Yes. Yeah.
I think it should be disinformation. And again, I think we should stick to scientific disinformation.
Scientific
as academies of sciences.
I mean,
how about scientific disinformation instead of science-related disinformation?
Mrs. Chairman, we also need to stay realistic. I mean, if there's disinformation on President Lula, there's just nothing we can do about it, right? If there's disinformation on climate change, I'm desperate that we even don't manage that one. So I think it's important to stay our roots and not to overstress our possibilities. That's why I would also advocate for science-related, because we would be overstressing what we can do.
Okay. So let's do a voting. The ones that want to remove science-related disinformation, raise your hands for removal. Because it's easier to count. I only know how to count until to 5 now. I forgot the other hand. So it remains.
Yes.
Good. Thank you so much. Do we have any other issue? No.
Oh, done?
Oh, yes. In here. Remember, there was a missing, so we changed the order. It is inspired by S20 motto, Science for Global Transformation. G20 countries should, 2 points, because it was missing. Do you agree? Just changing around, rephrasing the same sentence. Go back, because I don't think I'm playing the devil's advocate, because it's already written in the preamble. I don't think it's necessary to repeat. I would say, really, in the preamble it's written that. So I would say, the S20 recommends, or go directly, or we can, for the others, it is in the preamble. Because I know we were trying to get, to rewrite in the preamble of the document. And we are going to take these dashes because we don't need them. We're going to rearrange, but it's in there already. The motto. I don't think it's and it's the first one. I think it's redundant. and it's unnecessary. It's my position. Do you agree? Yes, who is? China.
Actually, we have some comment, but not for this part. You can go on. I will just.
Yeah, it's just, can we remove from that sentence? Okay, great. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Actually, we have a comment about the AI number 9. And just now we have added a short part for all the used for the destructive purposes. So we feel this framework is very hard to judge whether this purpose is destructive or not.
Yes.
So first choice, maybe we just delete this part. The second choice, maybe we just change it to all with high risk to human being. It's our comment.
Can you repeat so that they get over there?
Okay.
What would you add?
Okay, we would suggest all with high risk to human being.
Yes.
Yes. High risks. High risk. Because it's very hard to judge whether the purpose is good or not. To human being.
For discussion. Keep the other one, Vitor, also so that they can look at both. Okay? It's easier. Thank you, Vitor. Our colleagues from China are stating this. We had or be used for destructive purpose. Yes, John.
So I suggested it. I guess you could interpret harm to human beings in an indirect way. I mean, this is, for example, to do some environmental damage.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think people are able to understand what damage is. It's shutting down an electric system. It's messing up an airplane's systems. It's very broad. I would prefer something like that. It sounds, human beings, you're trying to make the difference between human beings and
Okay, I understand what you say.
I just would prefer.
Yeah, thank you, John. But what they raised was, how do we classify? That's the point. How can we have in that sentence be used for destructive purpose? What is a destructive purpose? It can vary from one to another. Nowadays, mainly.
But the
qualification.
The beginning of the sentence answers that. It says seek to establish government frameworks. It doesn't say we've already got them in place. It says, you got to worry about.
Okay.
Elena.
Yes.
Why don't we or with high risk to human beings or be used for destructive purposes? And we keep both or be used for destructive.
Yeah, but what John pointed out, and I have a tendency also to agree, is we are not concerned if it's high risk for the planet. Now, if you separate, that's why. It's under discussion. Friends, colleagues, help.
In my opinion, this sentence may be focused on the high-risk AI technology, not for the maybe something what's a proposal. It just have a high risk is inherent in some AI technology and system. I think this is maybe the issues or the core meanings in this sentence. So, what purpose is not should be required in this sentence? So we say may operate, be useful. What's difference? So I think we can directly use the high risk in this sentence to highlight what we want to say. That's my opinion.
Under discussion, in favor,
can we just-
UK, please.
Oh, sorry.
Then would it be, if we said seek to establish frameworks to oversee high-risk AI technologies, if you inserted the high risk before AI technologies, does that help?
Yeah, I think this may be fine.
But I would also keep the second part of that. So add high-risk technologies that might operate beyond human control or oversight or be used for destructive purposes.
Yes.
Because it is for the planet, too.
Yeah.
And it's not just for humans that we don't want it used.
So let's.
It should read high risk.
Yes, please, Japan. In the mic. There.
We have to take out the S after risk, don't we? High risk AI technology.
Yeah.
Instead of high risks
remove
AI
the S.
technologies.
There may be two high risk. One is for the technology. The another one is for the use or maybe human beings' activities. So I think in this sentence we should focus on high risk AI technology. This maybe is so important in now.
So I'm going to try to, Germany, and then I'll make a comment.
Can we say high-risk AI technologies that might harm societies and environment?
I was thinking maybe we need to have two constructions, two recommendations. I understand you're talking about high-risk AI technology, and John is bringing the use of AI for destructive purpose. So it's another risk, but it's not, so maybe, I don't know, what do you think, John? Do you think it would be possible to have two separate, maybe in the same sentence, but two separate or two different recommendations?
This is just the beginning. I mean, this again, this sentence admits that we don't know we don't know all the things that might happen, and we better start thinking about them. Drones is another example. There's lots of examples. I just think just saying to human beings sounds a little cute and exclusive. The day is long.
No, the human being, I think we already, it's back. But we thought that we're not going to be selfish. But the point that was raised is high-risk technology of AI. And the other is the risk of using AI for destructive purpose. So we have two situations, and I would say that we need two different sentences. But I'm not a native in this language. I'm trying my best. So let's try. Seek to establish intergovernmental frameworks to oversee high-risk with an hyphen. Não tem o hífen? AI technology that might, no. The way it was before, I don't
And AI.
Yes, who is raising the hand? But Victor, can we have the original? Thank you. To oversee. Didn't have the high risk, right? Please, yes, thank you. Then we had three different options, because that's the way to move, or else we're going to go in circles. And our planet, unfortunately, there are 193 that signed the declaration, didn't pay attention to circular economy up to now. So I don't want to go in circles. Put that, thank you, repeat the sentence, and then that was the original. Then, again, thank you, Victor. Then we have to oversee, do you have the one that was proposed by China, high-risk AI technology that might operate beyond human control, right? Oversight.
Yeah.
And then another one, oversight. And then another one, let's see, seek to establish intergovernmental frameworks to oversee high-risk AI technologies that might operate beyond human control or oversight, as well as, how about, be used for destructive purpose. AI, it's not as well, I'm wrong. Seek to establish intergovernmental frameworks to oversee AI directly, not a high risk. I think AI technology that to be used without, just a second, or else I'm going to get lost. Here, AI technologies to, where is it? For destructive purpose, to be used directly. Because AI technology can be used for destructive purpose. It's being used already, dear friends. Sorry to tell you. And it's always a mistake. Yes.
I think it's very topical to include destructive purpose in that. That's because just like many other technologies in the past, we had been afraid that they might be used for destructive purposes, whether it be nuclear or whether it be biological weapons or whatever. AI has come to a stage where we do need international framework to guard against those destructive directions that it might take. And in fact, I mean, the scare is so much in the AI community right now that last year when the vote was taken, that what would be the cause of human extinction, and most people actually agreed that AI is the most likely cause of human extinction that is coming up. So I think we have to have an intergovernmental policy on how to guard against using AI for any of the destructive purposes. So I think that's very topical to include this here.
So we now have three, they're all the same, three different. The original is what's written, is considered number 9. Number 10 is with the suggestion from China and removed to be used for destructive purpose. And another one is the destructive purpose that we didn't discuss at all, of AI being used for destructive purpose. It's not only the high-risk technology. So we need to decide. Comments, please, number 8, no, 9, 10, and 11. We can have 10 and 11, or we can have just 9, or 9 and 10, whatever. We need, yes, China, please. Comments? Professor Chow, do you want to comment any more comments?
Seek to establish intergovernmental frameworks to perform risk analysis of AI technologies.
Who said that? I got. Thank you. I was looking that direction and I heard a voice. Okay, write that also, Victor, please.
Establish, not seek to, just establish intergovernmental frameworks to oversee risk analysis of AI technologies. Risk analysis of AI technologies.
That's probably true. It should be done in general. I think when we don't use words that have some inflammation, some sort of impression as to what it might be involved, it's very general. I don't think it will inspire much early work unless we're a little more clear that the risks are real. I
get your point. It may be impossible to expect what we wrote there.
Yeah.
We could say something about deleterious effects of AI technologies or something like this. It's still broad, but at least we mean the bad things that we can expect from AI technologies.
How would you rephrase then so that we have another one that we need to consider, and then let's see if we can finish
Well, you could say
this discussion.
establish intergovernmental framework to oversee risk analysis of potential deleterious effects of AI technologies. Again, it's probably impossibly achievable, but it's a goal. And the intergovernmental is the key to the whole thing. Deleterious effects of. Now, the rub is, of course, that every government, the military of every country in the world is presumably using AI technologies like crazy to create deleterious effects. So that leaves us with a conundrum. But if you can establish something intergovernmental, it's a little like a nuclear test ban treaty, maybe.
Well, at least you don't. This doesn't apply to governments, obviously.
对，这是对的，它简单就是对风险，而不是对
Word intergovernmental.
Yes.
Right, no, but I mean the risk, the governments are not going to apply this to.
UK, please.
We're having these conversations now about AI risks, etc., but it implies there's no ongoing work in this space, and that's not true. There's a lot of efforts going on to look at these issues. So I was just wondering what these particular sentences are aiming specifically to talk about, for example, at G20, that's not already being talked about elsewhere. And I think we're starting to expand on some of those definitions around risks. And then it's also touching on things like the destructive examples, which are the extreme ones, which is now, which started out as some of the focus, and now it's generalizing. But there is a lot of work in this space. So I think it's to make sure that for S20, all the governments are well engaged with the ongoing processes might be a better way to frame it, rather than talk about establishing anything new, which is probably not what we mean.
I personally don't know that there are serious intergovernmental. I know the governments everywhere are looking at it. If you think everything is in order and you know the fora are there and everybody's involved, that's different. I don't have that information.
I mean, we are G20, so what can we bring to the table?
Yeah.
We could bring 20 to the table.
Yeah.
That's the essence of what we're doing here.
Thank you so much. Because now we spread, instead of one, we have 4. And I think we need to decide what is the most relevant aspect that we want the governors of the G20 to get from the Science 20. So we have the first one that we had in the beginning, seek to establish intergovernmental frameworks to oversee AI technologies that might operate beyond human control or oversight or be used for destructive purpose. And then we have a suggestion of a new addition made by our colleagues from China, seek to establish intergovernmental frameworks to oversee high-risk AI technologies that might operate beyond human control or oversight. But then we lost the destructive purpose. So the third one would be included. In case we remain with number 10, we need to add seek or whatever to establish to be used for destructive purpose. And then we have a variant on that. Establish intergovernmental. We could fuse 11 and 12, I would say. Establish intergovernmental framework to oversee risk analysis of potential deleterious effects of AI technologies. We need to make a decision. Okay. The floor is open. Please.
Let's vote.
Yeah, but are we going to, we need to vote, I would say. I'll do first like this, see if you agree. To keep number 9 or to modify number 9. And then we go over the modifications. Do you all agree?
Helena,
Agreed? Yes.
I agree 100% of what you are saying, but my doubt is because I already lost the beginning of the thing, and so we want something more broad or something more strict?
Whatever. It got to a point for me that I don't know anymore.
I tend to think that number 9 is more complete.
Yeah, but number 9 is not taken into consideration. That we all came back to number 9 because our colleagues from China brought to the table the aspect of a high-risk technology that is already could already be going on. That's the point. So it's different. It's not because we added. Remember, before we used to add and or oversight. Period. Then John Boatwright brought or be used for destructive purpose. We all agreed upon that. And now we have this high-risk AI technology. We are not talking, in the first one, 9, we are not talking about, sorry, we're not talking about high risk.
So what bothers is the high risk.
High risk.
We can tolerate medium risk technology, right?
Yeah, we're talking generally. Low, middle, high income risk, whatever. But if the point is, we need to, because to vote 9, 10, 11, 12 is not going to work. We need to vote. And I want to know if you all agree. If you want to change number 9, please, each country, 1 vote, okay? 1 vote for each country, or else we are going to be unbalanced. And I want democracy, but not too much. So, please, the ones that want to keep number 9 and forget the others because raise this paper. Can you help me, someone in here? Count.
No, she's asking for who wants to keep number 9.
Are you going to vote for Brazil?
No, I can't.
Can I?
No, you can't. We are the Minerva vote.
High risk.
Keep it.
Keep 9 as it is.
No, to keep 9 and do not change, because if we do not change, then we can check if there is a way to include your point, okay? We'll do that. I think. Você contou, Marcos? Yeah, but how much? The majority.
This is sports.
Majority. 12, 12. Okay. So, we'll keep as it is. Because we are doing a document with a position from all our academies. Do you think there is a way of including in a certain sentence or in others the points raised by our colleagues from China Academy of Science? Because I think it's important to pointed out also to the risks that are already going on. Because the high risk, I don't know how to solve it. I need your help, China. Do you think number 12 fulfills? Because if it fulfills, no. Okay. So number 12 is out already. Sorry, colleagues, your first time in our meeting, but I thank you so much for all your comments. Really great. I have no idea. The high risk is not considered in the AI. Do you think your points could be included to oversee AI technology? It's not, do we need to qualify?
In my opinion, if you aid be used for distractions purpose, every AI technology should be as a subject to be overseen in the intergovernment framework. That is maybe have some mistaken to understanding what should be charged for the misuse for the national government and which should be deal with the internal government framework. I think this is quite different. This is maybe dispute the misuse and the natural risk caused by the high levels AI technology. That is my opinion, so I reserve my opinion now.
Okay, so you would say that we need to include number 10, the high risk, because that's not covered when we
in my opinion, we don't add the be used for distracting purpose. The sentence is enough, it's clear. I don't know why we use add the use for distraction purpose. Every AI technology maybe have two sides. The knife, for me, just for chicken, not kill person. This is a minus for the technology. So we just shoot to meet and deal with the AI technology out control of human being. This is the code, this sentence, not for purpose. Who can decide purpose? There is an intensive use and not unintensive uses. This is quite different things.
Everybody's paying attention, right? Because we need everybody to agree. And we have one sentence that is still in debate. And I wouldn't like to have one country out for one sentence. I think I'm being very clear. So how can we try to solve this situation?
I don't exactly understand
the point. He doesn't like the term to be used for destructive purpose. That's the point.
Then take it
That's the point.
It's almost meaningless, right? We've
Yeah,
done good work.
that's the point. That's why I'm being, in this sense, I'm being
happy.
really democratic.
I'm happy to take it out. But look, AI is used by all militaries. And militaries, even at the European AI Act, are excluded anyway.
Yeah.
It's out of the box. People do what they want, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost meaningless. And I'm just happy if you take it out and we're done. Because
And
it's
put
almost
a period
naive.
on oversight.
It's almost naive to ask anyway for the framework.
Okay.
Elena, what if we say that can be used for destructive?
No, what China is bringing to the table since the beginning is the sentence of, because how do you define the use for destructive? So what I'm saying is, the question is, we are keeping number 9, okay? John,
Yes.
if we stop on oversight, do you think we're going to miss? Because we need to get to a common phrase, a common sentence.
I just think that's a lot less clear than we ought to be, as you know. But I have no instruction that this is an absolutely essential thing.
Okay, so China colleagues, our colleagues from China, if we remove as that, is that okay for you? Is the document okay? Oh, we need to.
So, sorry, could I don't know, do you still have speakers in a row? I had another totally different thing. Can I just quickly raise that? Maybe Professor Fisher can help on this. In the energy text, there was something I thought we agreed to change, and I don't think it's been changed. It's number 5, that talked about ocean sources and thermal energy, and it was kind of wrong in 2 ways. One is they're really very different, and secondly, it included the term for electricity, which, in the case of one of them, is not accurate as a limiter of it. So I don't know if you had a suggestion as to how to handle that.
In this getting the shout, we'll keep all our options open.
Now it works. Thanks for bringing this issue, because I forgot as the last lecture. So I think the geothermy was put somewhere in maybe point number 1. Am I correct? Because if geothermy is now mentioned in point 1, then we can remove geothermy from point 5.
Exactly.
And then mention ocean energy, blah, 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 could also be considered. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I think we agree what should be done.
Okay, good.
I agree.
Thank you very much for your...
But I think geothermal is already in a different, right?
In number 1.
Because we cannot...
In number 1.
Number 1. We forgot to remove from there. Yeah. But it's in there. See? John?
Yes.
It was in there, only that when typing, we forgot to remove the geothermal from the other number, okay? But it was already added over there.
I believe we were intending to leave ocean thermal, not the same as geothermal.
Yes.
But let's be clear, it's ocean thermal.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's okay? So if we add ocean thermal, then people know what we're talking about.
Yes, but number 5 is talking about ocean energy sources, including tidal, wave, and thermal.
It's correct.
So this thermal refers to the ocean.
It is. I think it's...
As it is now, it's okay.
Yeah.
There was a second point about electricity generation. John?
No, I think electricity generation is all right if you're not talking about the geothermal.
Geothermal, yeah, okay. So no change, right? The way it is, right?
It was all right. We were reading wrong. Any more comments? Well, I pass the floor for final comments to Professor, if you are still alive, Professor Shekhar, for our host last year in India, for his considerations. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. I am very aware that we are coming to the end of the meeting and everyone is very tired. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. And if I don't thank you profusely, I don't think I would have done my duty correctly.
Thank you.
So thank you, Brazil, so very much for taking care of us and for guiding the discussions in the most consensual manner. And I must compliment Professor Helena Nada that not only consensual, but she was also firm when it was needed, but very pleasantly she was very firm. So I should compliment you for that particular reason as well. So very briefly, what we discussed was in the ideal sense of reality, we must have a place which is calm and harmonious. But in the actual realism, the world appears much more distant from the ideal picture that what we want to paint. And science is the tool that we agree by which we can overcome this absurd, the distance between true and actual. We must be cognizant of our abilities as scientists, thinkers, and policymakers, and the role that we would like to play in the becoming of the new world that is greater not only in terms of grandeur, intellect, and economy, but also in its ability to overcome the great challenges that humanity faces today. In this years of deliberations that was led by our colleagues from Brazilian Academy of Sciences, we nurtured and expanded on great ideas that are not only important for the world today, but are essential for shaping the future of our children for tomorrow. During our tenure, and as the chair of Science 20 last year, we realized that we really need to focus on empowering and enriching the young. And I'm so glad that Brazil also exhorted the same breath, the necessity of ensuring that the young are the key participants, not only in decision making, but also in the making of what would become this world. And I was so happy to see these young participants yesterday here in the deliberations. We also hope that South Africa in their presidency of Science 20 are going to further the cause that Brazil has brought forward, for which we in India also worked in 2023. Now that we are coming to an end of Science 20 Summit 2024, it marks the beginning of a new year of engaging with ideas of furthering the cause of freedom, of democratizing science for everyone, of creating equitable habitats where everyone is treated equally with respect and is given equal amount of opportunities despite geographical, social, economic limitations. In this forum, we have deliberated the nuances of AI by economy, energy, social justice, health, and so on. As we have said before, I would like to reiterate that there is emerging and immediate need for defining international standards for AI, what we discuss in depth today, not only in terms of equitably distributing the fruits of technology, but also for regulating the harm that it might incur on the human civilization. And that's why it is essential that we come to an agreed upon definition of technology ethics. Same goes for energy, equitable transition to new and renewable sources. It is essential. It is necessary that we do the transition in just manner. Health has to be tackled in a more holistic approach rather than a unilateral dogmatic position, what we called as One Health. Physical, mental, spiritual, economical, environmental, and material aspects contribute to the complex evolution of health. Looking at just one aspect or in just one form or from one lens would not solve the complete problem. Therefore, it is important that we expand our horizons and bring in as many perspectives to address the complex health challenge. We assert that bioeconomy comprises all economic activities that depend on biological resources and their derivatives, processes, and services across all sectors while promoting environmental sustainability, social and economic growth. Ensuring that science delivers justice not only for itself, but for society in which it exists has become more and more apparent. We have said at numerous occasions, not only during our deliberations this year in Brazil, but also during our deliberations and summit in India, that science does not and cannot exist in isolation. It has to exist within the context, and as a resource people, we put resource for the people at large. With this, I congratulate Brazil for a very, very successful science presidency. On behalf of all of us, thank you so very much for everything. I also like to welcome South Africa for the next year's summit. We in India are especially pleased because we share a very long history with South Africa. And in fact, one of the iconic leaders of the world, I would rather say, for ages, Mahatma Gandhi, started his struggle for truth from South Africa when for the first time he experienced the reality of discrimination, color discrimination. And based on Mahatma Gandhi's principles, many other leaders have followed the suit for ending the discriminations. We look forward to attending the summit in South Africa. In the end, I would like to quote a Sanskrit quotation. It says, Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani paschyantu, ma kaschid dukkhabhat bhavet. It means, may all sentient beings be at peace, may no one suffer from illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much for your words, all of them, but especially with the special thanks for the final ones. Thank you so much. I needed that. Thank you. And now I pass the floor, and let's cross our fingers that I don't pronounce too wrong. It's going to be wrong, but not as bad as I'm afraid, to our Dr. Himla Sudyal.
Perfect.
Well, she's going to give her speech regarding being our host for South Africa 2025. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you very much, Professor Nada. Professor Nada, members of the Brazilian Academy, representatives from the G20 countries represented here, and colleagues. It is indeed a pleasure for me to have some comments or share some comments on behalf of South Africa at this meeting, and indeed a great honor for South Africa to assume the G20 presidency in 2025. And more importantly, for our academy, the Academy of Science of South Africa, to be handed the baton from Brazil to host the Science 20 meeting next year. We do this in a democratic South Africa, having just celebrated our 30 years of democracy and are now in our 7th administration of government in the post-apartheid era in South Africa. South Africa is very, very privileged to be part of the G20 family, the only national academy on the continent to be bestowed this honor. In 2023, India, and this year the Brazilian Academy, have really raised the bar for superb organization hospitality beyond our expectations, and a platform at which we can deliberate on very, very important issues of global relevance. In particular, Professor Nada, I want to congratulate you on the way in which you steered us through some very heated discussions, but managed to bring us to a level of agreement in order to refine the communique. So well done, not only to you, but to all of us present in the room for being part and parcel of that process. Now, using the theme of transformative science for sustainable development, when our Indian colleagues hosted the G20, their sub-themes kind of featured issues related to clean energy for the greener future, universal and holistic health, and connecting science with society and culture. By some coincidence, this year's theme on science for global transformation has also had 5 interconnected topics: artificial intelligence, bioeconomy, energy transition, health challenges, and social justice, all of which, in some miraculous way, had a thread of connectivity from India into Brazil, which kind of gives us quite a challenge for how we are to position our hosting next year. The thread that connected all 5 sub-themes in this meeting undoubtedly covered issues related to ethical issues, the place of the human, our humanity, our humanitarian qualities, the way in which we as humans have advanced our use of technology, and while we do all of this, have consideration for the environment, our planet, and obviously emphasizing the important factor of leaving no one behind. Issues around social justice are of utmost importance on the South African agenda. In 2022, South Africa hosted the World Science Forum on Social Justice and published the declaration of the 10th World Science Forum on Social Justice, during which we covered issues on science for human dignity, science for climate change, science for Africa and the world, science for diplomacy, and justice for science. Once again, many of the issues discussed here over the past 2 days kind of fit in these boxes that we had discussed previously. So in trying to address the various topical issues of societal relevance and to maintain some degree of continuity on the discussions held in India and now in Brazil, our Academy would like to organize the next Science 20 meeting on a suggested theme on climate change and well-being. Now, I haven't done the exercise yet, but I'm sure if I were to take a highlighter pen and go through all the recommendations we have discussed today, I would have already fulfilled the obligation of populating my document for next year. However, we hope to finalize some of these arrangements, as Professor Burton mentioned before she left, at our next Council strategic meeting to be held in the 3rd week of July. And we should be in a position to share with everybody some of the details pertaining to the meeting next year. At this stage, we are hoping to host it somewhere in the 3rd week or towards the end of February. The venue is still to be decided. We have a few options on the cards, which we hope, with our council's input, we should finalize. The ASAF Council will kind of undergo a change of guard following our October meeting, since many council members currently on the board, including Professor Burton, who assumed the role of acting president since October last year, will have to step down. Following my recommendations to the Council, Council endorsed to appoint Professor Burton as co-chair alongside me to steer the ASAP team, who will be responsible for organizing the Science 20 meeting next year in South Africa to ensure continuity. So to give everybody reassurance, Professor Burton will still be working with us on the organizing and hosting of the 2025 Science 20 meeting, and she will be present at the meeting that you will come to. In receiving the baton, and ensuring a good change in the takeover, it would be good for us going into the hosting mode to have some sorts of insights from the champions who have gone before us. I was just wondering, Chair, if there is whether there is a framework document that is around or that exists, or whether it is something that we should work towards so that the framework of operations are clearly understood as we hand over from one academy to the next. And if there isn't such a document, I was also wondering, Chair, whether it would be possible to have some sort of a business meeting to streamline and to iron out some of the issues that may niggle, some of the planning of such a meeting, particularly in the nature of the G20 countries participating to ensure diplomacy as we go forward. For example, this academy and even India previously invited outside members of the G20 countries to the meeting. And I was wondering whether there was some criteria that was set in place for this to take place, because it is very embarrassing if one country invites said individuals to one meeting and then there's an expectation that the same would be invited for the next. So if we had some sort of framework of how to kind of orientate ourselves through these, that would be really, really good for us as we inherit the G20 meeting next year. Also, another point, for example, is that some countries in the G20 have more than one academy. And how do we resolve the issue of how we go about prioritizing or making a decision as to who would be in attendance? So these are all questions, and I have many, many more, but I don't want to bore you because I stand between you and the island. But it is something that I think, Chair, we should consider seriously, because it's no minor feat to host a meeting of this nature, and having some way of maneuvering through the hurdle of what must be many, many challenges. And I congratulate this academy for doing it with a smile throughout. You would never know what happened behind the scenes, but having hosted meetings similar to this, I'm very much aware of what goes on behind the scenes. So in closing, esteemed colleagues, it is a great opportunity to have had the privilege to engage with the collective expertise and the wisdom of all participants at this meeting. I have been inspired, I have learned a lot, and the collegiality of the engagements have just been remarkable. Professor Nada, you and your team have led and overwhelmed us with your generosity in hosting us, in managing logistic arrangements pre and during this meeting, and for the entertainment during the social events around the meeting sessions. So on behalf of all of us, my council in South Africa, I wish to thank the Brazilian Academy for hosting this meeting, and we really look forward to hosting you in South Africa next year. And on a last point, it is a privilege to have shared my birthday at this very important meeting. And I was treated to cake at breakfast at the hotel. So that was another very awesome experience. And maybe when I get into that part of the demographic graph of being much more senior, I could look back on this day and reflect on how I spent this birthday. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for all your words. And I want to, before I give a final declaration, I want to open the floor if anybody wants to make any comment. Yes.
Thank you, and to you and all your team for this beautiful meeting in which you took so good care of us, and you really led us in a very gentle but efficient way. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Well, I'll try to be very short. Let's see, 5 minutes at the most. And I want initially thank again each one of you, the academies, the observers, our director of board from the academy, and special thanks to our staff and to FINEP, the one that's financing, gave us the financial support for the meeting. They were here yesterday and today to take notes of all the discussions and see how this can impact the way they are working with the financing of science and technology. So give to our president also of FINEP our special thanks. We are going to send this final report to you. We need to go over, check for format. If you, I would ask if this would be possible to send by the end of the day tomorrow, so that we can go over, check, and double check. And it's going to come with mistakes for sure, because we never arrive at the final without any typos, but we'll try our best. So is it possible to be tomorrow by the end of the afternoon? Okay? Thank you so much. I need also to write down, but it's going to take, probably I'll be able to have it by Friday afternoon, as a draft on how science is important to the countries, and with special focus on Argentina. I didn't forget, only I didn't have the time. I'll try to do that and circulate among all of us, and the ones that can sign will do it, okay? And also this can be signed also by our colleagues from the international organizations that were here as observers. And regarding some of your questions, one thing, we do not have a platform, we don't get any advice on how to proceed. So what we did is to look in the last years and then try to organize. So the first question, countries that have more than one academy, what we did, we went over back and checked the ones that have been coming. And the ones that asked us, but don't worry, you can bring, but just one is going to be voting, and this is the one that has been going around. One thing, I hope the European Academy remains among us, because this was very difficult, very, very difficult, because we don't want to have people involved. We want them to pay attention, but not saying as governmental, to say, to giving inputs on a document that's being discussing by scientists. And I hope you will be able, the European Academy, to remain. And this, as I said yesterday, I want to thank is the, how do you call it, the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Brazil, who look into that and ask several questions, and they were the ones that informed. There is an European Academy, and they got into contact, and that's the way we got the European Union for Academy. For Africa Union, we don't have, we tried, even with the help of the European, the Foreign Affairs of Brazil. So what we did, the inception meeting, we got the group from IAP that covers NASAC, and NASAC holds all academies from Africa. So just an opinion, but because we need to have that, as you pointed out. The only country from the African region is South Africa. So we need, but we apologize, but they couldn't make it this time. But they're getting all, NASAC is getting all this information. The framework, right? More than one academy. And I think that's it. And again, thank you so much. You're being fantastic. I apologize because I don't know how to behave formally for a long time. And that some people say it's a quality. I would say it's not, because that's the way I am. So I apologize for that. I have been making some jokes, trying to make it lighter, because it was, looks, when we read it, well, it took so long, so many months to get to this 5-page. Well, I'm really, really happy, because this 5 pages were truly discussed and agreed upon. So thank you, each academy, each member of the S20, for your strong collaboration. Thank you so much. And when we will give the final, we're going to be probably, it's probably in November, right, Marcus, that they're going to have the societal, non-governmental, like us. There's going to be a meeting. I think it's here in Rio. I don't recall the data, but we'll make sure to send to all of you the data, so that we will not be able to host you, but at least we can check if there's going to be an online transmission. This meeting that we had, for the ones that wanted, was being online through the YouTube of the Brazilian Academy of Science. So several participants followed all the discussions. So we'll let you know when that is going to be. And at that time, we need, and we are still trying to figure out, to pass the torch, tá certo? Because it's really a torch, because we are Olympics in science. It's an effort to get so many people with so many different ideas, so many different cultures, backgrounds, getting together as science and unity. Our unity is science. So thank you so much, very much. Thank you.
Daqui a pouco. Now we just have quick reboot.
Desde 7 horas é melhor 7h15, para as pessoas poderem ir no quarto.
Marcos, eu tenho que primeiro conseguir que ligue.
Acho que ligou?
Eu sei, eu.
Só sai.
Eu sei, eu estou pedindo. Não, tenta gritar.
But as we are a little bit late on time, let's leave at 7:15, so you have time to go up to the rooms and change. It's an informal dinner, so no need to dress up. So let's feel free to go to your room and